Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in court. It's been an entire week. We had a couple of one-offs. Very good, very worthwhile one-offs, but at the same time, it's been a couple of streams, so I might need to lean on you guys a little bit in order to shore up any information that might have fallen out of my head since then. It's empirically proven. Hi there, Flair. Show me your war face. James, Matthew, Solaris. We're at the High Court of Khura'in, the accused lobby, and I believe last time we have now acquitted ourselves on one charge of murder, but we still have to handle the second charge of murder, which technically was the first one that got us into this sticky wicket in the first place, but Maya seems to be in high spirits. Sorry, Maya. This is the only way. You sure you're up for this? Right! In order to clear up all cases of murder, we need to channel the, one of the deceased. That's right. And of course, only the big kahunas in Khura'in are able to do spirit channeling, so you just bring up somebody who is also able to do it. Probably gonna be, an uphill battle. Hello, Fee. Another stream that isn't Sims 4. Do I even have Sims 4? It's hard for me to tell. Anyways, Maya thanks us for believing in her. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training her, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training is one thing. Actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. No. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This'll be a moment you never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbot Inme's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so. But he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They're ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya. I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Nice and brief recess. We'd love to see it. We have received official approval for the use to channel the spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Tough room. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I've been studying here in Khura'in for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Khura'in, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Ooh, Maya gets her own animated sequence? Ah, but no voice. I guess this doesn't happen as often as the seance, huh? So, there we go. I was waiting for it. I was wondering, are they going to maintain the fact that her physical appearance takes on whoever she channels? And they nailed it. Though it must be easy to just swap around assets and just make a more stretched out robe. Abbott and me, back in the flesh. They hear the Falcom news? What's the Falcom news? What is this place? Oh my! No! This cannot be! Polkunka! It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is the real deal. Go, Maya! I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. Abbott in me! Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Abbott in me is a bit of a character, isn't he? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbott in me? My, but if it isn't His Majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please, do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium, Maya Fey, has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the spirit art of the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. Now it's kind of a shame that we never got to see Abbott in me in person. I can imagine that he would have been a lot livelier of a character than we would have expected. When I pass from this world, I hope I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes, if you will excuse me. Tattoos? Wonder if those are going to make any difference. There. That is better. Could we get to his testimony now? No wish he kept his top on. Why, you're that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. What's with that crazy pose? Phoenix, you don't know the eye pose. Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh. I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Lance announced the final entry in the Trails series during the company's 50th anniversary and completed during its 51st. Wow! What a time to be alive! Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Ur'haid, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot! He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout had accessed the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. Hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing! I think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother! Praise be to the Holy Mother! Oh, that's a really big benefit of a doubt for someone who's a rebel. Oh my rebel allegiance has been exposed. Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Khura'ism, join the rebellion? The High Priest has come back to us, but for a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Evidently, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Khura'in in the Wright. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmadi concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. Uh-oh. Maybe he's been fooled, or maybe he's in on it. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! Well, what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense has been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot and me, your testimony, if you would please. Yes, of course. Alrighty then, let's see what we've got going on here. Is it possible that he is mistaken, or in cahoots in some way? At least we get to see his actual character instead of, hoping the Phantom accurately imitated Bobby Fulbright. You are 100% correct. Rest in peace, our unknown king. For a second there, I thought the title of this testament was I have an Albi, as in Albi your guide. I have an Albi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests just past noon? That's about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't have a sense of any grasp in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes. And yet, it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So, the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? That was, what, 3 statements? I have to get pressing. Yes, and all be. And a cloud alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Give me more! You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you, perhaps, mocking me? Or is it, perhaps, the kingdom of Khura'in itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace! Peace! Peace, I say! Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Prepped, you say? Just past noon on the day before the Wright, I was entertaining guests at my home. Tell me more. Guests? And you were entertaining them personally. That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Ka! Do not doubt my mnemotic faculties. My mnemotic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Well, I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of... It's where... You literally just saw this. Kinda funny. There's nothing better than enjoying Jinjil cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. I believe my guests can corroborate this. You know exactly where your guests that day. Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. Oh. Always love to hear about the judge/magistrate outside of the courtroom. He couldn't attend the Wright due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot and me. Lady and me's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Catch Them All. Catch Them All? Catch them all? They're talking about Khura'in Pokemans? But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. What else can we get out of this? Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure as I can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court! His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch we're using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and at the exact same time as my watch. How do you understand, lawyer? I guess pressing everything was the play. As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty's a witness. Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot and me's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Alright. Is it one of those, I say there isn't, but then it's actually, that's the problem? I'm gonna go counterclockwise. Wait. No, never mind. Never mind. That doesn't seem like something very decisive. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. The prayer feast was too short. He's too friendly with the judge. He knew the time of the crime. After Abbot Inmy was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. No, now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive. Huh! Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. The swash and stretch on that animation was great, by the way. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that? Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in! Why, we've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer! All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in! Purge your mind and soul! I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. What you got for me, Sad Matty? How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Khura'inist prayer. Nani? Abbot Inmy was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. Nani? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. it would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... Something under the banner. A microphone. What's this doing here? Someone trying to record something with it. Don't know what to do with this information. That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then, bailiff! Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. The power of Khura'inist prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inme to continue with his testimony. Very well. Now that we have new information that he was listening in, you heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. Alright. To find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. That's a more wholesome statement than I think he realizes. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Khura'inist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Did you hear everything? You were entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When you listened to the tape later, you heard a man and a woman quarreling. Sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. Alright, let's get pressing. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed. My wife, Belieb, was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why, yes. She was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. Put a pin on that one. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So, the judge never saw Ms. Inme. Should I have Abbot Inme add that statement to his testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. My wife, Belieb, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured hot teen soup pies and Melton Motte. Melton Motte? Hot and surprise. Okay, hot and soup pies and Melton Motte. This game, in its way of naming things, they wanted to go to Tibet just to make all these puns, and I'm here for it. Was the Japanese original script as puntastic as this? They are both traditional Khura'inese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes! The exquisite zest of hot pies and the supreme texture of melted malt. Lady and Me's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Would you say it was an unforgettable luncheon? Oh, Your Majesty, you made it. Despite your directions. Thank you. It brings me... Good impression of Your Majesty, David and me. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left... Alright. Hot and surprised. Oh, melted mouth. I thought it was moat, or like melting pot or something, but melted mouth. That makes sense. So, his wife was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. You listen to the tape later, hear a man and woman quarreling, sound like Zealot and Faye. Question is there a contradiction to the fact that she was in the kitchen cooking the entire time? And also, let me see here. So a picture of mine, the High Priest family, taking the Feast of Blessings on the day before the rite. And then Zealot's autopsy report was time of death, May 8. And the... when was this taken? About the Feast of Blessings that was held the day... During the dishes were prepared during the feast. Okay, that probably doesn't have anything to do with anything. Well, we listen to here a man and woman quarreling. Let's press more. You heard everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife as she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. There isn't, as far as I know. There isn't what? Practicing Khura'inism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the war bat over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. Alright, an altercation between Zealot and Faye. A contradiction in what he said so far. There isn't, as far as I know. I see. Hold on. You sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Ms. Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Evidently is a stand-up comedian as well. Now, I will continue my testimony, if I may. My man doing it, hitting that dull zine. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. Loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot must have felt so heavy. Must have been the sound of the stone slab falling over. Should I have added that statement to the testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy. You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. Wasn't he pierced and not crushed? I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Sushure, Matami, Yoma! Sushure, Matami... Hey, yo! My first super chat, Flare the Red Fox, thank you! I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting anybody to actually do that until I pumped up my numbers. But you are very kind, absolutely appreciated. Rah! Indeed! You really like the Ace Attorney and legal sim visual novels in general, don't you? Maybe I should look into procuring the original trilogy and that Murders on the Yangtze River, the one that was recommended to me before. I mean, I don't know how else to phrase my gratitude other than to say thank you one more time. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Sushure Matami Yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright? Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes. I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body, it was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. I'm sorry. Let me look back at the history. I'm still I'm just reading the words without comprehending. You know, when you're trying to study history and you've gone like 5 pages while scanning over the words and registering them in your head, but the meaning has been left outside of your purview. You stop at the rebel hideout. Yes, you thought it'd be wise to say that. As I said before, there's nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. Oh, did it? Nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have disposed of it. Whoa! James, thank you! Someday I'll have enough spare income to do this a bit frequently, but this will do for now. You've already done well more than could ever have been expected. What is going on here? Guys! Thank you. Let me see. Flary say, you haven't been able to watch my stream due to student teaching. But you caught the flu, so this is an unusual circumstance. Glad you were able to catch the stream. Goodness me! Once again, it is... I don't even know what to say. This is unprecedented. Very literally. I'm just glad that I've been able to attract such a passionate stable of regulars. So, shine on, you crazy diamonds. And, see, I haven't been able to watch my stream. You're a student teaching. Tell me more about that student teaching. That's like tutoring? That's one-on-one? You have a class? Oh my goodness. Okay, Solaris, thank you. You guys don't need to shower me, but what you have, but what you are giving me is incredible. Thank you. Yeah, that's after like a year of streaming, I finally racked up those 4,000 watch hours, and it looks like it's finally reached that next step. I'm feels like I'm moving up. That's okay, Fee. You're here, you're contributing. That's more than I can ask of anybody, really. There you have 6 classes. Some Spanish classes. Awesome. How are your students doing? You're all happy to support me? Thank you. When I started streaming, I just remembered that my streamiversary is coming up. I thought that the days when I'd be reacting to super chats would be very, very, very far off. And that, just seeing that in the chat makes it feel all the more real. I have ascended from just starting out and being on the board to now having different functionality. So once again, everybody, thank you. Now let's get back to the actual game. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So, you saw the rebel hideout. It looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So, the stone slab had been put back in place. It is just as Abbott and me saw it after the incident. I don't know what to do with this information, but we'll figure out something. Mr. Wright? Is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait. I need just a little more time. If you insist. We're entertaining his majesty and his family. Oh, we're back into the, Did I press this one yet? I might have. Okay, yes. So the wife was in there the entire time. Yeah, she was in the kitchen cooking, and we revealed that the Magistry hadn't seen her all that entire day. You listen to the tape later, you heard a man and woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Maya Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. You described the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot, it must have been felt so heavy. Cause of death was blood loss from an abdominal wound. No, that's his spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back by a bladed weapon. So the question is he describing the moment of death? But the thing is, if I'm supposed to object to that, they wouldn't have allowed me to press. Unless I'm supposed to do both, maybe. We'll give it a try. Objection! Nope. That ain't it, Chief. Alright, maybe it was a little bit too soon. I had the right of it. Alright, so... Is there anything new that I can press? Believe is in the, cooking... So... Am I supposed to press the fact that a photo of the secret rebel hideout, just as Abbott in me saw it after the incident? Wouldn't you have found it strange that the handprints are on here? And there are blood traces.
Objection!
I don't know what I'm objecting to, but that's the only logical explanation. You learned something about the crime scene that contradicts that? You heard the crash, but the stone hadn't fallen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He confirmed he saw the place with the stone up. So... I don't know where we're going with this, but we're going. Abbott in me, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. Oh boy. You know when the established rule of a character's eyes are changed? That stuff's getting real. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the war-bad statue behind him. That was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that is the information only the real killer could have known. Oh yeah. I definitely saw it that time. Your students are doing alright. You struggle with preparation, so you're trying your best to improve in that area. Well, as long as you're aware of it and you're taking those steps, it can only go up. I've got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots. Or, should I say, sandals.
Objection!
Need I remind you, Abbott in me was with his Majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true. So he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. I'm gonna think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... he's in cahoots with the killer. You heard it from the real culprit. He inferred it after the fact. You heard it during the trial. He's in cahoots with the killer. And maybe more involved than that. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course. That makes perfect sense. And wouldn't you know it, someone was missing the whole afternoon? I've only said that about a dozen times. I've been sniffing it out the whole case. Of course. That makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So, tell us, who's this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... We're going in.
Take that!
We're making it happen. I believe it's 31. Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. in me at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time. And the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So, the High Priest had an ironclad alibi, but his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inme might have killed Acolyte Zealot. Oh boy.
Objection!
I'm digging myself in now. You have a lot of nerve making such baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Khura'in. Here we go! The good stuff.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Uh-oh. You're getting into original Ace Attorney trilogy language by spamming out the word fool and foolishness. Redundancy. Or do you truly believe Lady Khura'in would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inme killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Well, have it in me gets its own voice clip. You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Khura'in, and that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife! That is utterly impossible! He's hitting me with the Frusro Dawes! I've never seen the High Priest so angry! It is as Admit in me stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Miss Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Khura'in is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inme. Your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Khura'in, for we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be the Holy Mother. I completely forgot about that. The abominable Lady Khura'in figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... Uh-oh. Am I about to get necklaced? You Foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady in me. What? Surely the accused possessed the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight! Then you have figured it out as well, Abbot Inming. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. For terrible! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Khura'in. Well, if you would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. I'm seeing some pictures. Right. I have Faye's Lady Khura'in. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Khura'in's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Khura'in's true name, so she could have done it. So was the real Lady Khura'in who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. Interesting. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am living, or shall I say dead, proof of her terrible power. Maya's ability to channel spirits has come back to haunt her. Now, it is not time to let go and move on. Is it not time to let go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Khura'in? Good question. How could she not have channeled Lady Khura'in? Okay, like Faye channeled Khura'in's spirit. Let me see here. The Tome of Secrets. A tome given only to the one who will play the role of Lady Khura'in in Purification, right? Oh, hey! We got that Allegra going. The priestess acting as Lady Khura'in representative must know her name. Alright, and I believe that Maya had this book, so that was, Acolyte Faye channelized Lady Khura'in's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Khura'in's true name, so she could have done it. So, there's a real Lady Khura'in returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. Alright.
Hold it!
While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Khura'in, I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern day Lady Khura'in has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Khura'in could have accomplished such a feat? It would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Khura'in of legend as the only likely answer. Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Khura'in of legend has been channeled? The real Lady Khura'in of legend? That's an oxymoron if I ever heard one. And again, the people of Khura'in believe legends to be true. Well, if she was channeled, there is one other spirit channeler in this. Unless there's 3. As they say, there is another.
Hold it!
Lady Khura'in is an actual person? You really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? One capable of battling rebels much bigger and stronger than herself? There is no way to prove that, but to doubt the existence of Lady Khura'in is to doubt Khura'inism itself. It is not for us to question, we must simply believe. Yeah, how dare you doubt our legends? You'll regret saying that, you Polkunkin! Lady Khura'in's gonna strike you down! No. I don't get anywhere until I can refute their claims with some evidence.
Hold it!
A strength far beyond any mortal woman, because how strong would that be? You need but look at the wound she inflicted upon my body, though I had hoped to never have to think about that again. Your wound, it was pretty deep, there was a tremendous amount of blood. While Acolyte Zealot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Khura'in. My spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Khura'in. This is not good. But to prove she didn't channel the original Lady Khura'in. Oh, might as well hold it the whole thing. My client channeled Lady Khura'in? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? That's just my favorite Pokemon. Why, the very fact that I am here proves she has the power to channel spirits. You have no proof she actually channeled Lady Khura'in. Oh, but I do. Alright, she is the spirit medium who knows Lady Khura'in's true name, so she could have done it. Would it be redundant to present the book?
Objection!
Alright! The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Khura'in? Yes, indeed. Where it contains the true name of Lady Khura'in, a secret only revealed within. Have it in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Khura'in. What nonsense! That's not how spirit channeling works. Do I have notes on spirit channeling? Or do I just go based on memory? Get it. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Khura'in. Oh, is it the mask? Do I need a face?
Take that!
Lady Khura'in's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You know, I had a feeling that the diagram was going to do it, and I was hooked on that feeling. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. And now Phoenix doesn't even comment on it. He was just like, yeah, that's just the thing that's happening. That's why the Holy Mother is represented without a face. Gotcha. Without a face, would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Khura'in. Oh my! Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Khura'in by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Gah! And with Lady Khura'in out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, Who is the rebel hunting Lady Khura'in we've been reading about in the paper? Yes. Who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Khura'in is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Imni was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. If she is pregnant. Unless I'm going down the wrong path here. Mr. Rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. Just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know as imposing as the rebel hunting Lady Khura'in. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. There's a fundamental fact that I'm wrong on. That I am wrong on, or that everyone is wrong on right now. Thank you, Your Majesty. What is imposing as the rebel-hunting Lady Khura'in? Everyone is wrong on. Is that fundamental thing that it's a woman doing it? If Khura'in was strong like a man, yeah, exactly. Could have been a man. So Dad's a rebel, is a rebel. Is it Zealot running around? No, he's a rebel. And Dad's a rebel is a rebel. Yeah, doing it anyway. The true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Khura'in, you see, you know, he was the only possible answer. Hooray, Zealot! What's this? High Priest murdered disciple? Was Lady Khura'in, you say? Everyone else is just out of the running. Peace? I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Yes, of course. I'll have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Khura'in, neither was Mrs. Inmi or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Khura'in is this. Is it in this photo? Let me see, the Warbad statue, well, Rebel hideout photo. I mean, yeah, that's the key back there.
Take that.
No, brother. I'm getting ahead of myself again. Let's look at all the evidence, shall we? Here was this. Newspaper, autopsy report, inner sanctum photo, Maya's statement. Lady Khura'in's writing. Warning from Maya's statement. Let's see. Warning from Lady Khura'in, evidently only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it.
Take that.
There you go. Okay. The note, the one thing that didn't make sense up to now. There you go. This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Khura'in. Lady Khura'in's warning letter. How absurd! What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Khura'in. The reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ugh! Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Khura'in was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Khura'in was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Khura'in is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmate. There's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmate is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer, you have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the Plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inmate a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Khura'in to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused Lady Khura'in who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? Uh-oh. So that's it. What's gone into him? If I keep laughing like that, I'll become a skeleton. By the way, I'm halfway through the new season of the One Piece live action. It is peak! Habitinme, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. Yeah, watch it. One aspect I love about watching the One Piece live action is getting to a part that was complete filler, even in the manga, and then watching them just skip over it. It's great. I mean, like, oh, so that part, they're just not gonna do it. Great. And one fun thing that they do in the live action, they implement a couple of story beats that, it's basically what would happen if Oda was to do One Piece again, knowing everything that he does now. So they're able to implement references and characters that he kind of retconned in, but now they can do it in the moment, and it's well done. Yo, Bloom now! That's my attack! Yo, ho, ho! That simply tickled my funny bone. Oh, great! I talk about skeletons, you talk about skeletons, and now he's talking about funny bones. What did? The theme song came from the Plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm clock kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! Here's the thing, though. I actually was on the trail of that inconsistency since the previous stream, so I know where this is going. I hope. In that case, I'm sad to say the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Khura'in and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. At Plume Punisher theme song, Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I, too, heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you heard it, why didn't you testify to that fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abertini was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. And the switch, if I'm right. We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched into my mind. Taiko drums, huh? Distinctive taiko drums in the intro? This trial's gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? Phase? Since when has the verdict been called a phase? We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh now? Hey there, Darius! By all means, and let us also return Abbot Imi's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
That's not the word he wanted to say. Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still, you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. All I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro. It's, there, isn't it? Yep. This is what's inconsistent with the statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plumed Punisher theme song, and here it is, the theme to the Plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm, Phoenix being a good lawyer and saying the entire legal name of the franchise. Those ain't taiko drums. You see what I mean? Music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it, if not the Plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard... I know exactly what it is, but I have to safety save. It has become my hallmark. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme, so what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. Peace, peace, I say! Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo, once again being a good lawyer, is an action hero show from America. Every damn time they tell us to eat our cheeseburger, it just sends me. The Plumed Punisher theme is a total rip, very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. Why, I love the Plumed Punisher. He's my favorite hero next to Rockman. But the fact that the Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in a secret hideout. Here we go! Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards. That's right. Ms. Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in Khura'in. As a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for that Plumed Punisher strap. And this avid Plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, Believe in Me. Do you have any evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is... I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Really, all 5? Sheesh, Nayuda. Well, I'm prepared. I've turned this entire case upside down, that is. It's my last chance. Better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well, then. Please present your evidence, if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Inme was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. I've been looking at this all case long, baby. It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inme and Ms. Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Either here or here, but this one is more pertinent. Look at Mrs. Inme's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Oh dear. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbot Inme. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the the sure strap, and Ms. Inme had the samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inme was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. His soul literally left his body. Technically, his soul left Maya's body. Oh, really? We're still going on with this? Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? He isn't pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, all right. Just like that big gaping hole in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie, after all. Says the dead lawyer, walking. He whose narrow vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. That is exactly the phrase that popped into my mind. If he didn't say that, I would have said it. For if it is as you said, and Lady Inme, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Khura'in, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Oh, that means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Khura'in. How could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. Have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder? You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on! No, I will not give up. Just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. We got a brain blast? Yes! I felt it coming on! If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Khura'in, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony? What's in Maya's testimony? The spring water was already stained red when we arrived at the inner sanctum on the day of the rite. Yeah, that's true. And the warbad dagger? What about the warbad dagger? Said to have been used by Lady Khura'in. Nice testimony, isn't it? Yeah. Spring was stained red before the rite. Alright. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second. The High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideout hidden? Or to threaten Maya? Wanted to keep the hideout a secret. If he reported the Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. By going through with it, right? The High Priest risks having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with it, right? Did he want to kill Maya? Oh. Set up the scene during it. Wait, set up the scene during it? Yeah, it's like, kill Maya, that's a big leap in logic. Use the right to cover things up. Wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. How is he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He used Maya's blood, he used his own blood, he emptied the spring. His own blood? Oh! Was this kind of a ride or die situation? Oh, so... yeah... He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I mean, he is a rebel in a big, high-scale operation to change the country. I know who killed the High Priest. It was... Yep. He was doing his duty. Damn. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Damn, that hits hard. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Whoa. What? Whoa. What's this? I was thinking that there might have been some... Yeah, words. I figured that there was something like that going on. High Priest committed suicide? I've never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadmati says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic. And your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed in the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. What if the dagger was already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. He was moved by Torres' soul, really? He died by a different weapon. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. You'd already been stabbed in Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the Inner Sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing. I know there had to be a weapon there. If I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clues I need. Did the statue pull a double kill? Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? It isn't really killed the High Priest.
Take that!
A very prolific statue. What really killed him had been at the Inner Sanctum all this time, and its lethality had already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbad statue. Orkonga! Do you believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Oh, hello there. Lady, in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe. No. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot in me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue, if you would. The ever running of the statue would explain why the murder scene seems so stiff. The ever ran towards the statue. The killer really wasn't moving. It did look like, yeah, that's what I was thinking, was that it looked like either the statue was on wheels or he was going towards it. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Khura'in was slain. There it is. So yeah, Believe wouldn't be able to kill a man, but she would be able to push over a flimsily balanced piece of stone. We have to let the Steel Samurai, we have to let it roll. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai's alarm. I, too, like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So, I set an alarm to remind me each day. But I had no idea I would come to this. No. Stop. She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. No. No! That anguish on his face, though. Those are the most expressive sunken eyes I have seen. He really went through it at that moment. Sheesh. Abbot in me! Bailiff, summon a physician at once! Abbot in me may have died! Oh, wait. The physician is now attending the High Priest, so there is nothing to fear. Now, let us continue. What about the half of him called Maya that is still among the living? Ms. Indy, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Datz's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes. Hooray was shocked when he saw me there.
Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel?
I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inmate. So, the true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Khura'in was Pere Zealot. Yes, he was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice.
I think she let that cat out of the bag a little too casually. Okay.
The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder.
Even without the DC Act, Darkness and Sergeant Scum Buddy's days are numbered.
What's that supposed to mean?
Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes.
Are we about to go from F for respect to F for... F that guy?
There's a lot of both going around, isn't there?
The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Khura'in. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Khura'inist clergy members receive. Lady Khura'in was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder?
Peace! Now, Lady Indy, please continue.
Say what you will about the judges in these Ace Attorney games, but when it comes time for them to actually do their job, this judge is a real one, I have to admit. For being someone so far in the pocket of the state, well, not in the state, but just such a devout Khura'inist, as soon as the real truth comes out, he does not bury his head in the sand. He remembers his training as a judge. Pere suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Oh. Allow me to take it from here.
Thomas Indy, are you sure you're alright now?
I am sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted a dagger into the wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So, you admit you tried to pin this crime on my affair? Yes. That was all my doing. So, the tiniest of yays, but overall, big bummer. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. A mess all around. How did you get Ms. Faye's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbad statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started, and there you go. The Lady Kira robes were over the Warbad statue, therefore making complete sense of the seance divination. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurtle my body back. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You'd mean to have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sadmani, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inme's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. What explains it? Because I know what they're saying. Those who would support criminals to be deemed just as guilty. No. What proves that why the High Priest took his own life? Or is it this? The DC Act? Is it the DC Act? It's the law book? Okay, so I know. So I had it right. The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inme's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. She would have counted as supporting her husband, which would have led to her being killed. Yeah. Yep, once again, I had it right, I just didn't have the confidence to put that forward. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Khura'in, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Ms. Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Khura'in in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Khura'in's robes upon the Warbad statue. It made it seem that Acolyte Fey was the rebel hunting Lady Khura'in. But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason! There must have been other ways to cover up the crime! Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man! This cannot be, Wow. This tangled web we weave because of the Defense Culpability Act, it caused so much grief. I mean, it caused the rebels to appear, and the existence of the rebels caused the In-Me family to become rebels, and that caused them to have a hideout, which Zealot stumbled upon, which caused the self-defense, which then further caused Abbot In-Me to realize that she would be ride or die, and that the Defense Culpability Act would finish them both off. Yet he was okay with Maya being convicted. No one said it was an easy decision. All he knew was that he had to save his wife. All I've done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Rafa, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs. Yep, exactly. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Fey is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence. It is time that I return to the Twilight Realm, the Magatama of Parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. In-Me. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. With every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Ooh, full-on in-engine cutscene. And now, the last thing he gets to see before he departs is the beloved wife that he went through so much for, instead of the Lady Kira mask, the very symbol of his sins. He might have caused this mess and tried to do a lot, but he was, well, not but, he was as much a victim in this as we were. So in that way, farewell, my darling Terest. Hey, Maya's back. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great! I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. And isn't that what spirit channeling is all about? Oh, but what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. In Khura'in, confetti comes from below. Sod Muddy chowing down on that humble pie right now. I see. Well, 4:20 p.m. Nice. High Court of Khura'in, accused lobby. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, you forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Speaking of the humble pie eaters in attendance today, your benevolence. Huh? What? I was just wondering. Are you alright? Quiet, you! How can I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insights underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Ugh, that was a bit more extreme than usual. But am I wrong, though? What am I to do? I'd always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges, rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rafa. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Is that the only way she knows how to greet somebody? She gets addressed by somebody, and her immediate response is, "How dare you?" "Good morning, Your Benevolence. How dare you?" "Your role is to bring forth the voices of Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will?" "You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light." How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's sacred art? We inch closer to your favorite trial. She has max pride at all times. Even when she has no pride, she has max pride. Infinite pride, but no pride. But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess, bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? Is it worth at least a laugh or two? You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? You what? Listen, Your Benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of Royal Priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of Royal Priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you. If you really mean all you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak! Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, Your Benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and future village master. Guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence. Barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. Doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel! Your Benevolence. As Crown Princess, you're destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there'll be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Yeah. Boom. It came from the hallway. Smoke. You better go check it out. Hurry. Miss Inmate. Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. What you doing? I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Hey, inmate, we gotta hurry.
That voice. Is that Mr. Rebel? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy, is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly.
Hey there, PW. Wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk! Everything's ready. It's go time. We get to see Dirk. Hey there, Dirk.
You're you're the adoptive father to Apollo, huh?
Me too.
Oh. Well, by all means, keep on taking care of yourself and your own there, Matthew. Glad to see you. Hope everything, wishing the best for you all. Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk?
After him! Don't let him get away!
The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly is the start of a legal revolution. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. It's sorted out as much as it can be for now. That's good. Also, we reached the end of Case 3. Here we go. All the important players. So, let's go ahead and say we're current progress. And we definitely have enough time. So, would you say that Case 4 is gonna be taken care of in the next, 2 hours? Or is it short, as in one stream length short? You said that it's the very definition of filler, right? Turnabout Storyteller. Oh, we're going straight to Trial Day 1. Is it really just a single? You would say it's one stream length short? Alright, so we're gonna get about halfway through, I guess. So yeah, it's we're continuing on to episode 4, Turnabout Storyteller. Oh, is this gonna be a this is gonna be an Apollo episode?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Ominous and foreboding. Shiso's dead? No. Do you think he did it? Oh no. If he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry. I have an idea. For a minute there, I thought that was like Eldoon's noodles right there. May 13th, 9:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby. Number 6. What the heck? Who brings the defendant to his own trial late? Plus, oh wait, this is Athena that's talking. Is this an Athena trial? Is Athena gonna pick this up all by herself? Plus, the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late. He's late. Very, very important date. My name is Athena Sykes. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm fully competent defender of Wright Anything Agency. Although I wish my client would show up already. Trial's about to start. Appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? Trial's about to start, Simon. Hello? You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me. Besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is a part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not. Still but a rank amateur, I see. This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kinda my senpai, I guess. Twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. Does this mean we get Taka? Is Taka coming to play? So, we are Wright Dono and Justice Dono. Mr. Wright is abroad, and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you? They're what? So neither one of them are here? Leaving you to take this on alone? Yep. Ye gods. Call Wright Dono back. It's not too late. Oh no, not too late at all. You'd only need to know how to teleport. Very well. Then I will settle for Justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo's literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery. As your defense derails in spectacular fashion. No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. Swipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it that guy behind you is... Yes, he's your... He's asleep again. Oi, Bucky, wake up! Yeah. Ow. Why'd you do that for, Simon? So, he's our client. That is Yeller Chickadee. She's your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer? She doesn't look it, does she? She like your fellow apprentice or something? Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. Once again, I am being assaulted. It's that time of year, I suppose. Did you just land on my microphone? Unfortunately, I am very close to a door and... Yeah... The little beasties keep on getting underneath the door. Oh, okay. Well then, guess I'd better call her his chickadee then. Oh! Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. That's one way to avoid saying drunk. Or was it hot sauce? If you know, you know. I know you just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will. Just save it for after the trial. Miss Chickadee. Don't call me that. How you do? Simon here's an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Wet Soba. Wet noodle number 4, Bucky Wet. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. Though he can't pull himself together when he wants to. Only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy. I almost said po' boy. Now I want to go out for some, I want to get some po' boy. You happened to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room. Indeed. The victim, Master Storyteller Taifu Tornado. Tornado? Was a longtime patron of Wet Soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away. I see. So the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That's true, I don't far like a father? Oh, wait, he's always dishing Mashoba. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of this murder in the first place. Now, pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But Simon... Police... No one believes me. They won't listen to me. Looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's gonna be alright. I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Hey, whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now, come on. I need you to shape up. Just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. Wet? Ugh. Bucky, you great big pillock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? I used to frequent Wet Soba, and still do in fact. I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. I wouldn't expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped with sweet slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour. Hey, that's just rude. Simon really just dissed all sandwich eaters out there. But I digress. If it's not just meat between 2 slabs of bread, you know. Sometimes there's cheese, and sometimes there's sauce, and sometimes there's mayonnaise and mustard, and occasionally pickles. Huh. All about flavor and subtlety and stuff. If I let Wet Soba end like this,
I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life.
Oh, I see. That's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust.
It's never my intention to ask you.
I'll show him. I'll show him I can handle it just fine.
Well, I believe it's just about time.
What? We haven't properly discussed the case yet.
What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out.
I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all.
Off gets... Let's do this.
Come on, Mr. Wet.
Get up off the floor. We got a case to win.
Yes, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Of all the things to have a voice clip for.
Hello. Nibbles and noodles. Hi, sir. What I can do? Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? Hung up. Alright, let's do this. He's not gonna do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere? I'm rest. Maybe. I'll love a regular flour no fruit on noodles. Fresh. Like a soba. No oil has loving no rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. And the buckwheat seeds fresh. Got the dough fresh. Yoga Flame, I see.
He's blacked out.
Oh boy, I knew something like this was gonna happen. Simon, what are these 3 freshes of soba he was talking about?
First, buckwheat seeds, or groats, are grounded to make buckwheat flour. Then, dough with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten.
Oh, so that's what he meant. No one wanted to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure.
Athena, there's no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter.
There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking for your help anyway. Just you wait, Simon. I'll show you. Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here. But that's alright. I can do this on my own. District Court. Let's go. Oh, we went from judge to judge. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. Man, Prosecutor Sadmati is really just squaring up all over the place, isn't he? He's about to catch these hands 3 times in a row. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Sadmati. That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. Hello there, Net. Such a missed opportunity. Athena gets a case all to herself and you bring back Simon? Well, they make him a prosecutor for crying out loud. Now Yuta and Athena have nothing to talk about. I suppose so. Although, we need the prosecutor to be as antagonistic as possible. Although, considering how Simon is treating her, he probably would be antagonistic just to get her goat, and to push her to do her absolute best, so... May I be onto something there, net neutrality?
How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country?
Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay, and though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell.
Objection!
You have a score to settle. It's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I am a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now, cease your shrill chirping.
Now, Prosecutor Sadmati. She's still only a teenager. Please go easy on her.
Great. Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor?
Yes. I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, please give your opening statement.
I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12. What's in my court record right now?
Sheesh, I don't have a whole lot to go on, do I?
At a storyteller's theater called Khura'in. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway, and has inner and outer sliding door. Alright, we're gonna have to start stacking up these, this evidence. The estimated time of death is between 2 and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Alright. A little bit more. And the autopsy report. The updated autopsy report. Let's get it. Prosecutor Sadmati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit? You don't know how the victim was killed. Or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as yet unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. Ugh. Yes, this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case?
Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes?
Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is a lack of clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great, starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is like the soba he himself made there. Liking soba's one thing, but making it in the theater dressing room's a bit much, no?
Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable.
And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it is believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back.
Plot is thickening. We're getting ourselves a nice bowl of oatmeal here. A murder over a deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible narrative. So that's what this case is about. Wish Simon had filled me in a little better. Could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had.
Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case.
Well, you see,
you are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession. You putrid egg yolk.
He just has to bring putrid over, doesn't he? Everything is putrid to this man.
Ah!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Apollo's a red pepper, and I'm an egg yolk? You've only just started, I've already been demoted from spring chick. I'm ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found?
Very well. Witness, please take the stand.
What have we got here?
Who have we got here? Oh. So Simon is still gonna give me a hard time, but as the witness. Gotcha.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Simon Blackwell, prosecutor.
Prosecutor Blackwell? You didn't tell me you were going to take the stand.
There simply wasn't time.
Oh boy. We've got arrogant pretty boys in stereo. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the evidence, with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see?
Prosecutor Sadmati, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm.
By all means.
This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling.
Or is it rakugo? I think it's rakugo.
Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle this case competently?
Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case?
Not yet. I'm simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now.
It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night, and I have grasped the overall idea of it.
How much could you possibly grasp in a single night?
Ding! Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel as... yada-da-da-da-da. And the rakugo artist tells a song, whimsical stories, giving each character a distinctive voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting.
Am I technically doing rakugo right now? I am sitting by myself. I am helping to tell stories. And I am certainly giving everyone distinct voices. Is live streaming a visual novel just a form of internet rakugo? Or is it rakugo? I think it's rakugo.
Even the butterfly was like, screw this, I'm out. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jugemu instead?
Ugh. It appears you put in a bit of study.
Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Man,
Blackwell put in his place. Isn't that just like a sequel to have the current villain destroy the previous villain to just show his strength?
I can see why you're known for being quite the thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind.
If that is your Honor's request. Jugemu. She gave him two taps, like a horse. That 2 means no. Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial?
Oh, right. Of course, I nearly forgot.
Seriously? Well, the things for you to forget.
No, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witnessed.
What Simon saw?
I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Wendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Wendo discovered Master Tornado's body.
At roughly 4 p.m. Now, wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of the crime.
All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right?
Well, yeah, duh. Alright, guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. Alright, we arrived at approximately 4 p.m., you say? The time of death is between 2 and 5 p.m.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place?
I went because I received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Wendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Wendo 2.
So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name?
Huh, you really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name.
I see. So there was another Wendo Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him, huh? What exactly did your invitation say?
It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Tofu Tornado was going to perform Toki Soba, or Time Soba.
I know that. I know that Toki means time. I played Xenoverse.
He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba using only his fan as a prop. And Wendo was to perform Soba Say, or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your baldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple, Geiru, followed by Wendo, and lastly, Master Tornado.
I see. So that's why you happened to be at the Storytellers Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived?
I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello.
Hold it!
And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him?
I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately, we didn't actually meet.
You didn't see him? Why not?
Geiru escorted me to the dressing room. We heard the sound of a rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until it was done.
You heard rakugo being performed in the dressing room?
Yes, not just me, but Geiru as well.
In other words, you can confirm the victim was still alive around 4 p.m.?
Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado.
Was it a recording? Maybe?
I could tell because it was the time soba routine being performed in there.
That means the victim was killed sometime after that. Or was he?
Bucky went to the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later.
Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time.
Geiru and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish packing. And Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things.
What happened after that?
It sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate.
And this is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. No. Better come up with some kind of counter-argument and fast. Your disciple Inado apparently then entered the room soon after. What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in?
No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. But Geiru was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all.
I see. Why do you suppose Wendo went to the dressing room anyway?
He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respects right before and after each performance.
And all disciples are expected to do this?
Yes, it's common courtesy among rakugo artists.
I see. Tell us what happened after Wendo went into the dressing room?
Certainly. That's when Wendo discovered Master Tornado's body.
And how did Wendo act at the time?
After Wendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room, and Wendo came flying out.
Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time?
No, just Wendo's woeful scream.
I see.
Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony.
Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell and Geiru
were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado. The accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Wendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Wendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackwell and Geiru then ran into the room
and saw the body for themselves.
Apparently there's a dog somewhere in here. There's a yard. and a poochie poodle with a bowl. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim.
This is crucial testimony indeed.
Defense. An eyewitness is giving conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. If Wendo went into the dressing room too, was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Wendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Ooh, Simon, why'd you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can't you give me something a little better to work with here?
Isn't it up for you to ask the right questions? I'm certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself.
This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. Prosecutor Blackwell, watching you collude with the defense like this, I see you are no prosecutor. Blackwell cashing them strays! Begone, witness! You shall haunt this sacred hall no more.
How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard.
Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I've got this. Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down.
You half-boiled putrid egg yolk!
Ew. I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. Me when? Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time, he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution.
And who is this witness?
The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Ms. Geiru Tornado. Uh-oh.
Here it comes! Here it comes! The face that launched 1,000 fan arts. Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. And balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geiru Tornado! Just call me Geiru, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon!
Good night, everybody. What a way to capture your audience's attention! I dare say I can't take those eyes off those balloons. Oh, Judge! Eloquently stated!
Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Would please?
Oh, absolutely.
And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. You had questions, but for some reason you have forgotten them? Reasonable. Absolutely understood. No further questions, Your Honor. Anyway, Gayru. I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having lost your master. Of course I'm sad. But Shisha would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Uh-oh. I'm slowly getting Valley Girl with her. Never show sadness! Smile, smile, smile! With a twisty twist twist! And balloon! There you have it! One gorgeous cake! I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Her balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a severed monster head. Gayru, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Well, my father, father that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School just to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Bucky wet. Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible.
Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss.
And not only that, but he... You have more to say about Mr. Wet? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how could he say that? This is a great scent.
How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset.
Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Gayru's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that 5 years will last, defense. Now then, Gayru, please share the truth with this court.
Yes, Gayru, your testimony, please.
I can't believe it. It's like seeing a unicorn up close. Never thought we'd see the day where, don't even know if I'm even allowed to say the term that has been associated with this character. Before the murder was discovered, around 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m., when Shisha's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Window discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad. That must be the doggo. Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. She's really popular amongst a certain subgroup of people. Yeah. To say the least.
Make up your bloody mind, sad monk Sanmari. First you exorcise me, now this.
You need only do as you're instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sadmari. And I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Khura'inism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring check. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seems more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell.
Okay, you're a little bit more alright than I expected. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes Dono.
Well, I won't let either one of you insult me. I'll show you no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness.
I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadmati see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot.
Are you talking about videos on this platform or a different platform? I ain't judging. Alright, his body was found. Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before a window discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad. Jugemu? That's my doggy! I keep him at a theater. Let's see. Wait a twisty twist. Ta-da! And balloon! There you have it! My cute little Jugemu! He's kinda creepy looking. Only kinda creepy looking. Looks like he dunked his face into a tub of mustard. Probably the same mustard you used to dye your jacket. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy. And why was Jugemu barking? You think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we'd have a new suspect in this case. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember. It was because it was time for me to feed him. I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope. The door onto the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a sec, please.
How many times must I do this?
You saw what Gero was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before?
I can't be expected to remember every minute detail.
Well, remember them now, please. Did Gero go out into the yard?
Oh my goodness.
She actually does look rather fetching without the makeup on. Kinda got a Fujiko thing going now that I am taking a closer look.
Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugemu.
Also, dog. Tiny woofer. A pupper schnapps.
And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well.
Do you recall anything else?
It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Jugemu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard.
Vagabond. That's a good one. You probably saw more of Geiru in those 1 minute and 13 seconds than you will in her actual home game. That depends on how well I do. If I pull in a judge-worthy performance, then you're gonna see more of her than you could ever wish to. That's about all I can remember. Alright, Simon's statement is updated. Looks like Geiru was telling the truth. Your Honor, I like Geiru's last statement added to the testimony. As you wish, Pence. I was in the yard. The door was wide open, so I could keep a watch on the dressing room. Is that so?
Hold it!
You know what this means, right, Geiru? You weren't in the hallway the entire time after all, were you? Well, okay, so I did go out in the yard, but it was just for a second. And the yard door was wide open, so I could still see the dressing room the whole time. The door was open, so she could still see the dressing room? Prosecutor Blackwell, I need you on the stand again, please. What am I, your lady-in-waiting? Blackwell is now best girl. I don't make the rules. Do you remember anything about the time Geiru was in the yard? Simply that Yugemu buried the food he couldn't finish in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. Thank you. Didn't really need to hear about the dog again, though. When I finished feeding Yugemu, I returned to the hallway. And then I saw Bucky go into the dressing room, no question about it. Okay, so around the time of the murder, Geiru and Simon were hanging out just outside the dressing room. Guess I'm gonna have to find a flaw in there somehow if I want to get anywhere. So, 4 p.m. to a little after 4 p.m. when she saw his body. Alright, let's keep on pressing, shall we? So, the murder must have happened sometime in those 20 minutes, correct? 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, is it? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know. Isn't that right, Simon? Yes. Geiru and I can both confirm that Master Tornado still lived around 4 p.m. Oh yeah. You can, can't you? See?
Hold it!
The fact that the two of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out, right? Of course. Are you insinuating I was daydreaming or sleeping while standing up or something? No, of course not. I saw everything, I tell ya. Fine. You say anyway. Did you really? The only person who got in there was Bucky. Oh yeah, last press. People are very creative with their artistic and video depictions utilizing her clown motif to its fullest extent. Gotta be hard to top. That, hold on a second. Who was the, let me see. Arms clown girl. Lola Pop, there you go. The internet sure has its field day with clowns, doesn't it? Did this come around at the same time that Lola Pop was introduced into ARMS? Such a long time ago, and that game kind of just went, didn't it? This game came out in 2016. Yes, yes it did. That's right. What's she agreeing to again? Only the defendant window around the time of the murder. Okay. That's right. That's why it must have been Bucky who killed poor Shiso. Let's take a deep breath, okay, Geru? So not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during that time. I already told you over and over, didn't I? There's nobody else. I must apologize on the lawyer's behalf. Even her memory is that of a spring chick's. Please overlook your transgressions as best you can. Oh, I see. Poor thing. Hang in there, sweetie. Yes, that's exactly that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hydrate. I'd say I'm feeling thirsty all of a sudden, but I'm always thirsty. Hey, who are you calling a bird brain, buddy? Alright. So let's see. What do we have that contradicts anything that she's saying? Alright, so this seems to be fine. 4 to 420 when Shiso's body was found. Well, obviously, we have to find something that was, yeah. So she was in the yard, but the door's wide open, so you could keep watch in the dressing room. Dressing room in the yard. Alright. What's Sobadid? Invitation. Inside the envelope was a ticket to the show and a letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Gears to perform a balloon act. The innuendo was to do his soba glutton routine. Finally, Master Tornado was to perform his time soba routine. And Master Tornado was confirmed to enter the room at 4 p.m. 4:20 p.m. You'd imagine it'd probably be one of those few people who's... You never actually seen a clown in real life. You imagine it'd be one of those people who'd be horrified of them. I had to have been to a circus or some approximation at some point. And she says that the door was wide open. Although, is this to mean that the door was closed? Eh. Yeah, looks like the door is closed here. So, you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while... Oh, wait, while you're around the yard. If you were feeding Doggy, you wouldn't be able to see the dressing room in either case, because the dog's bowl is right there. So, the line of sight to the dog's bowl to the dressing room, not exactly in line of sight there. She can't enter the yard with the dog with the door open. Not only that, but she can't see the doorway from the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door of the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There's a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony. No. I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony. What contradicts the testimony? Isn't it the fact that the door's closed? Is it this whole wall in general? Okay, never mind. Or... Okay, it's not the bowl either. What am I pointing out? Is the door? It's like... Let me see here. So, this is a door, and I guess this is a window? Out of the way. Okay, so it's the position of the door. It's precisely why I raised the objection, And then like, yeah, the door should be blocking your path. And like, oh wait, what is it about this evidence that made me raise the objection in the first place? Garo was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. While she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open.
Ah, I see.
Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Garo said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No, like, no way! But even if there were admittedly a few moments Garo was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect this case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Hello. Garo, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What? I. Hide the fact? You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than a deliberate deception, it was more like a simple oversight. Right, witness? You know, I'm surprised they don't bring up that offense more often. Like, I'm surprised they don't say, oh, I was merely mistaken more times. What is a sieve? Well, I was so shocked by what happened. I was just confused, that's all. Even though she's trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected.
Yes. It must be very difficult indeed.
To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I'm sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you? Or that perhaps you're in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you're so proud of.
He's right, that was harsh. She didn't have to go that far.
I feel kind of sorry for the witness. Why is that lawyer's outfit so yellow? Oh, great. She had simps in game before she became a meme. What did Athena say again? That was so harsh. Oh, the insinuation that she was lying. Gotcha. The sieve is like a small straining bowl / colander with a handle. Used to filter out water while washing vegetables and the like. Gotcha. In my defense, I'm the one playing the game here, constantly switching gears from performance mode to playing mode and thinking mode. I have two different. I'm working my left brain and then my right brain, or right brain and then left, whichever one operates on which corner. No, I was just trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sadmati? It's not Sadmati that they're siding with. The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. That lawyer's still in training, isn't she? Is she all by herself? I hear the voice of the gallery. I can hear the voice of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Geru's testimonies. Even now you consider resist. You are childish and effete as well, I see. I'm not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. How is what he's doing any worse than what he's accusing her of doing? You swear Nayuta gets meaner every trial. I mean, being a complete heel is how he won all of his other trials, and then all of a sudden, he loses 2 in a row. He's probably doubling down on everything he's been taught. I literally said she couldn't see the door, and then immediately blink on where's the problem. Fair enough. A little push such as this with a piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. I'm not doing it on purpose. Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as kurata, lined up on the table. These special English version Karuta cards spell out a message. Oh, I'm sure in the original they were special English version words. That message, wet number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4? Yes, wet noodle number 4, as the 4th head of chef of Wet and Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused, Bucky Wet. No, shucks. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Crime scene report updated in the court record. Why are some of the cards completely stained and others of them are barely? These change? No, looks like they remain consistent. Because dying messages have never been fudged in this series? Nope, not at all. That's exactly what I was thinking. Just like, man, this is some Case 2 material. Game 1 Case 2 material. Would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say whatever you want. We won't know until... It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree? He's right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What a incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here. I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? This too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing anybody? She's just quit right now. Ugh. Now, defense. Leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence.
Hell yeah! Yes! Back at the stand. Can we get Taka back? He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Simon? Ooh! We actually get to see Simon's animations from the side. It's like he's really here. And you fop doodles in the gallery! Can't a man watch a trial in peace? Huh! This inexperienced amateur is about to turn this trial around. Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around? The mood in this courtroom is starting to change. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing in the defense's bench? I grow bored of watching from the gallery. It's just not the same when you don't hear the rattle of chains when he does that. Besides, if I were to leave the trial to this spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I will be quite cross. You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin? Truly, what a fool you are. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable, Athena? I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again. And gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. I'm not girding up anything in this skirt, but I am ready to get serious. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. But the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. That sounds like the best reincarnation we've seen yet. A white and black reverse panda, that is. And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life. Who are you calling a panda? Sorry. I see that you were both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Geiru, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okay, okay. Bye-bye, balloon! This isn't the last we see of her, is it? Does everything have to be about balloons with her? Now then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards.
And who is the witness this time?
The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Wendo Tornado. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on.
Ponytailed pair?
Man, my guy is able to spit bars here.
Alright. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I am the Rakugo storyteller, Wendo Tornado. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. After all, that'd be a raccoon no-no! Mods. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Hold it!
You can't leave yet. You only just introduced yourself.
Oh, my. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment.
Ow!
What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all. A fan for a fan! Nice one! Oh, if it isn't Simon! How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pit we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say?
I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Wendo.
Never performed in a place like this, you know. I've got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones?
Nah, that's a Wright anything company thing. Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand.
I suppose you're right. In that case, I was promoted to Futatsume yesterday and received the stage name of Wendo. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. Until that happened.
Oh shoot! He's using his fan and he's blowing smoke like it's a smoking implement. That's actually kind of sick. Actually pulling off some kind of aura here. Smoking is bad for you, by the way.
I never dreamed something like this would happen. Not in a million years. And I just got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shinso, too. Yeah. Plus, I'm worried about Geiru. The way she clung to Shiso, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip.
What are we talking about here? Talking about if zebras are black and white with a body in strips? You may never know.
Stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes, and Shiso will come scold you from your grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Wendo, please. As charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Rakugo stage. Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. I noticed Shiso's dying message right away. The stiff cards are right there next to the stiff, you see. Yo! Anyway, I get the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. Why can Uendo kind of get it when he's in that particular pose? How was the Master's final message? Left as he was drowning in soba broth. It's like Shinso was not... It was so like Shiso. Not to write Bucky's name outright, plain and simple, wasn't his style. Kind of got that, Yotsuya thing going on there.
Well, that certainly was a more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid.
They shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Wendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So how can you say the victim was drowned in soba broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth of the noodles. Except we're not here to assume things, Wendo. So please stick to just the facts. My. It's so like a soba chef to kill someone this way, would you say? It's because he looks very feminine. You'd believe he was female if you weren't informed otherwise and had seen him in other angles. As a great philosopher once said, sometimes it takes a man to be best girl. And with the Karuta messages he left behind, it's clear Bucky Wet did it.
Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now, that dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence.
Indeed. It proves the absolute guilt of the accused.
You know,
I've got to admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything else. Bucky used soba for the deed, all to get back the soba shop deed.
Oh, look! He's even sitting on the mats.
This testimony makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I have to do something.
Huh. That's his conclusive evidence? What a farce.
What do you mean, Simon?
What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help.
I did, and I won't, thank you very much. Simon must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. Better listen carefully and try to see what he found. Alright, let's see. Notice Shiso's dying message right away. The stiff cards are right there next to the stiff, you see. The cards were on the table your master's body was slumped over, right? You must have been surprisingly calm to notice them at the time. As I said, the stiff cards were right next to the stiff, so they were hard to miss. Wouldn't it have been more natural to notice the victim rather than the cards? The message just caught my eye because the stiff cards were right there next to the stiff.
Get the joke, damn it!
Yes, but that fact hardly seems significant enough to make a person take note of them. Stiff cards next to the stiff. So basically there was no real reason for them to catch your eye, was there? Let's see, you got the meaning right away. You knew it must have been talking about booking. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. So, like Shiso, not write Bucky's name out like plain and simple business cause. I mean, if the cards were drowned in broth, they would not be stiff. They would be a little bit more malleable than that.
Objection!
Oh, but that's not exactly what we're aiming for here. Alright, maybe I have to press a little bit more.
Hold it!
Window. When you saw the cards on the table, what made you think they were Master Tornado's dying message? Well, it was a coded message right there next to the body. I'm sure anybody would have thought they were there to name his killer. I love murder mysteries. I haven't watched them on TV. Oh, I see. I saw a similar scene during a murder mystery marathon last Tuesday. That's what made me think, this must be a dying message. Alright, I have to press this one. I love pressing the useless statements.
Hold it!
That's right. I need to give you your testimony, not perform a scene. Please remember you're on the witness stand, not the stage. With all these wonderful people in the audience, it's only natural for an entertainer to want them to have some fun. I guess we can let a few jokes slide, right?
Ah, the inevitable bleeding of your work and other areas of your life. I know that is. I find myself being unwittingly judgmental in my personal life, too.
Right, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Well done, Your Honor. Guess you can't judge a judge by his cover.
Ho ho ho! I advise the defense not to be so critical of the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Much obliged. Anyway, you got the meaning right away. Alright. Explain. The cards do spell out wet number 4, which could be interpreted as wet noodle number 4, I guess. I suppose you took this to mean Bucky wet? There's only one wet noodle around here, and you've seen that giant 4 on his back. It's the only interpretation that makes sense. Yeah, I guess so. Wait a minute. What is it? What if there's another wet noodle in the area? That was such a boneheaded question that I changed gender. What? Did I say something strange?
Bucky is the sole heir to this shop. So enough of the ludicrous straw grasping.
Hey, how was I supposed to know?
Just listen to the testimony again and find the glaring inconsistency.
Oh, it's that simple, is it? That was Master's final message left as he was drowning in soap broth. So, the victim lined up those cards in his final moments. I can't be so certain that's how it went down. I know, Shiso. He would never let someone get the last word on him, even in death. With his face in the soba broth and his consciousness fading away... Hold on a second. I just realized there's a certain window for me to open. Or was it over here? Ah. There we go. Given what was going on before. Okay. I now have my court stenographer pulled up. His face in the soba broth and his consciousness fading away. He left a message that pointed toward Bucky as he left this world. It's the only way it could have happened. Wait, the only way? Now you're just speculating. Look, a dying message is something you leave as you're dying, right? I saw a scene like that in a detective show. Window, you have a saying in my country. Silence is more precious than diamonds. Please do not speak any more than is necessary. Oh, why you trying to silence our boy here? Talking is my livelihood, you know. I talk all the time. This and that, truths and untruths. I can't stop myself from talking. Hopefully, you'll just stick to the truths without any of those untruths. Let's see. That was the last time I left as he was drowning in broth. Wait. Didn't they make a point of it? Yeah! Suffocation! Nothing was found in his lungs. That has to be it. As he was drowning, I remember thinking that was odd that they specified suffocation. And that has to be it.
Objection!
Gotcha. There's a contradiction in Windows testimony. Would you care to explain where, Miss Sykes? Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual is found in the victim's lungs. Ah, yes. It does say that, doesn't it? Uh-oh. You done goofed. If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than soba broth. What? This is the contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon? Not bad. Not bad at all. Guess I showed you. But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into that bowl? Typo Tornado's face was thrust into the bowl after his murder. Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs, his head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled into the Karuta cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning. I see. So, it was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing? I'm afraid I don't know that yet.
Objection.
Oh, here we go. You boast of psychological expertise. You cannot determine such a simple motive. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What? I suppose you know why? Of course. Desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. Certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings toward the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop's deed, no doubt. Yes, great. Now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Silence.
Must you come undone at every juncture? If the culprit had enough time to set up Master Tornado's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message? Good point. The cards were right in front of his body, after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh? But was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of the room?
Silence.
Never mind that.
I have something more important to ask Wendo. So this is what it's like to play as a prosecutor. Just go blow for blow. Me? You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shiso's special Soba Scenes of Tokyo Past set. Each card is related in some way to Soba. Spare me the history lesson! Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene and no more! Capcom, can we get a Simon Blackwell game? Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them. That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Sadmari, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Oh my! What delightful-looking cards! Well, well. Tearing Prosecutor Sad Monk's conclusive evidence apart should be a breeze with this. Ah, I see it now. WHETNO4, huh? Don't tell me you haven't noticed! Don't be silly, of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? Miss Sykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then. Alright, so do I. All I have to do is study the picture and... These cards... were rearranged. But how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer's right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Sykes? Soba broth stains. Please focus your attention on the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of these stains don't match up with the larger stain on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? Then, if we could put the cards back to their original positions, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards are really pointing toward. That's true! Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this! All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Oh shoot, I get to do it myself! Where was the W card originally? Let me see here. Can I... oh. Alright, so I need to... let's see, so it was... wavy. So it'll probably be around here. Perfect! Okay, the H card is next. Let's see, where was this H card originally? Looks like it was around... let me see. So it starts going up right around here, so it'll be around here. Yes! Now the E card. Let's see. Let's see, I would need to have... let me right around here. A little bit of drag and drop would have been more intuitive, but it is what it is.
The mainline game where Athena gets to truly shine. An investigations game where you play as Blackwell instead of Edgeworth. Sounds like they'd be amazing. Oh, man. I think they really need to do more with the Ace Attorney investigations. Such potential in there. Match the T card. Let's see, where was this card originally? Well, that would be right over here. Now the end card, Nostalgic. It would be right over here. Oh! The last card is 4. Where are the last? We have 1 card left. We have 1 more missing patch of broth.
Take that!
So the message, wet number 4, was originally supposed to say, Owen 4th. And this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit. What? Huh. That indignant look on Prosecutor Sod Monk's face is positively priceless. I love the fact that someone on our side is absolutely relishing in being antagonistic. So refreshing, such a change of pace. This is absurd. So it was originally Owen 4th? It wasn't wet number 4? Maybe the lawyer's smarter than we thought.
Order! Order in the court! Well, I never would imagine that there was more to these cards than meets the eye.
Yeah!
So, now that that's settled, what does this Owen 4th mean?
Wait. Am I...
Who else do you suppose it is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you!
I hadn't thought that far yet. Change the cards around all you like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are, defense. No! Shoot. Ah. Everyone's getting mid-roll ads. I did not enable mid-roll ads. Unless every stream just has mid-roll ads anyway, and I'm just putting them out there for free. I could go for a Lux box myself. And so, the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Still your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Come on, Athena. Get a hold of yourself. Window. Does the phrase Owen 4th mean anything to you? Nope. There's no one named Owen in the Tornado family, or our circle of friends. Go ahead. Ask anybody you'd like. You can't be serious. Is it part of his routine? Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence.
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen 4th is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit.
I'm guessing that Owen the 4th was one of the puns used in Shiso's routine. We're all fancying ourselves some of the bell, are we? Prosecutor Blackwell is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather, who rearranged the cards?
Why didn't you point that out earlier if you already knew?
Sorry. In any case, there were two opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second was when Wendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart? My question is, how does Wendo put on that lip balm that gives him that feminine appearance? Where can I get some?
Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing in there, Wendo?
Sipping that guilty juice. You'd never figure out the twist without the reveal that's coming out in a few bits. Oh boy.
Put down the tea and spit out your answer!
Mr. Prosecutor, what's the guy supposed to do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamonds, witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I've decided not to say another word. Ha 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 ha! Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share?
Did you hear that, Sykes Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak! Who's ever heard of such a thing?
Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right. I'm not gonna fall for it.
I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there's an audience to listen?
Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer.
The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's simply human nature. Isn't that right, people of the gallery?
Okay, Blackwell is quickly becoming my favorite character of the entire series.
How hasn't this man gotten his own game yet? Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk. If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend.
Are you saying I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know.
Oh no, never mind what I just said.
The rage bait is real. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Wendo with his power of suggestion technique.
Bully for you, Wendo. That's as a real Rakugo artist should be. All right. If the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do.
To be turned by such an obvious ploy, what a man of weak spirit. Is this the case where I remember a long time ago, I asked, is there ever a case where Phoenix just wins handily and just slaps his opponent around? Is this that case? Except it's Black Quill doing the slapping? Oh, there it is. There's the moment when he applies the lip balm and he puts on his female character. Guys. Is there a halfway point in this trial? Like, is there a recess that I can use to give as a clean dropping off point? Or are we just going straight on through? There is no recess, if you recall. Alright then. In that case, for the first time, we're just... Actually, where's my autosave at? Let me see here. Let's go ahead and do, let's see, cross-examining window. Windows Mood Matrix? Oh! Looks like it's gonna be Mood Matrix time pretty soon. Now, we are not going full barrel ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just leave it off on here. I think maybe we can go off of the autosave, and that might give us a more natural lean into it. But for right now, I believe that will be it for tonight. We will do our first rough break in legal sim visual novel history. You're very welcome for the stream. Blorf, glad you had fun. May the winds and the goddess be with us all. And Blord. Nope. You can't scoop all that toothpaste back into the tube. Pizza time. You gonna get some Mexican pizzas at the Bell? Good stuff. Anywho, and thank you if you're watching this stream as a VOD. So you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It is in the description. You know when the next stream comes up. Pi Day. Huh. That's true. There is Pi Day is coming up. And that's directly on Saturday, isn't it? Maybe I'll find myself a Pi Day adjacent game. As always, you can let me know in the Discord or in the comments what you would like for Pi Day. But I do believe that we are currently... That is it for right now. So Saturday, either more of this, something else. I don't know. I mean, next time we go through here, I might just be chomping at the bit to complete this trial and get on with case number 5. We already did Turtles in Time. You are correct. So it's not going to be Turtles in Time. Might be a different Turtles game. Although, no. Now that I have a Switch 2, I am very cautious about sharing games. We've done Pizza Tower. We've done Turtles in Time. Of course, there is another Pi out there. If there's a game that's, you know, the pastries, or something having to do with Pi the number. Why don't we do something on the math side of Pi for once? You got a game in mind? It appears that something has landed in my lap. Huh. Isn't that a really short game, though? Unless all of the videos I've seen in it are very highly... you know what? Let's just, Unless, though, the videos I've seen on that game are highly edited down. Let me quit. It is pretty short, yes. Maybe we can use that. Maybe you can use that stream as kind of a like an interim sort of thing. Give ourselves a little bit of break. If it's short, can't I just do that and then swap to that during this stream? I could do that. I totally could. Presume this game's trial after? Yep, that sounds about right. I'll probably have to shut down the stream and then bring it back up shortly. Yeah. Because if I try to... Because you can't split a VOD into two. VODs are actually very, very fragile. What kind of pie will I eat? Ooh, that's a good question. I might have to get myself a pizza and get myself a pie at the supermarket. But yeah, I remember the one time when I finished Doom and then I played The Longest Sword, and I had to there was no way for me to separate that into two VODs. I needed to upload The Longest Sword as an upload, and that just came with it a whole lot of awkwardness. You do any editing right now, and they have to be put up as videos with the original chat log erased. You are correct. If I so much as trim a single second out, then YouTube says, well, you don't want your chat logs anymore. You have so many geniuses here. You are correct. So yeah, I'll probably put up the pineapple on pizza VOD. I'll do that, and then end the stream, and then put it back up for the next part of Phoenix Wright. Anyway, looks like we now have a plan. So, next time, we're gonna enjoy ourselves some pineapple on pizza, and then more justice. Until then, game out.